right, we're live. This is first, never live streamed before. It's quite exciting. So, on the left here, we have a $50 500K championships main event. It's a day one. There's been a bunch of these. I believe today is the last day. Day two is tomorrow, and yeah, pretty big prize pool for 888. And there's still a few flights. We can go here in the satellites. It says satellites, but this is actually the day one flights that are left. So we can see this one still has 50-minute light drag, and there's another one starting in 28 minutes. There's one starting in 54 minutes, and there's one tomorrow as well. Oh, sorry, these are actually satellites. Oh, my bad. I think we gotta do this. So we go on day two. You guys can't see this. So here are the remaining flights. So there's one starting at 8 o'clock. This is UK time. And one at 11:30 tonight. It's a late one. These go on for quite some time. There's 20-minute levels, so lots of play. This one started about 2 hours ago. And there's re-entry and all that good stuff. So, and then there's two tomorrow, and then day two is tomorrow as well, 7 UK time. So, yeah, hopefully make day two. And then on the right here, it's a pretty big buy-in. Actually, it's 2,000, 2,100 buy-in, 100K guarantee. And this is a new weekly tournament that they've added, which is quite nice to see. It was something that I was pushing for with my time with 888, and it's nice to see that they've stepped up their game and is a real contender with these high roller tournaments. There's another $500 buy-in, which starts a bit later, I believe. So yeah, but for now we're just gonna focus on these two, and yeah, hopefully get some interesting spots. Rainbow here in the chat says, I can't wait for the main event. Are you going to play? I assume you're talking about the WSOP main event, and yeah, that is the plan. We'll see what happens, but I would say my chances of playing the WSOP main event is around 90% at this point. Right now, you still can't fly from the UK to straight to the US, which is a bit annoying. So you would have to go somewhere for 2 weeks, essentially quarantine, and then go to Vegas from there. And I'm not sure that that's something. I mean, I would do it for the main event for sure, but you know, we'll see what happens with the pandemic as well. Like, things change day to day, so we'll see. But yeah, 90% chance. And I would like to do the whole series. You know, I missed it obviously last year, and I haven't played live since beginning of 2020. So it's been over 500 days since I played a hand of live poker. So I'm really itching to play. Yeah, we're not gonna play this. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I assume you're going, since you say I can't wait. Alright, definitely looking to play this ace-9 if it folds to us. Sorry, I haven't been following the action as much as I normally would. I'm just trying to figure out this streaming stuff. It's a lot to figure out. But yeah, hopefully I'll get used to this and we can do more of this. Andres says, good luck. Thanks for that. Good luck to you, sir, if you're playing. Ooh, this is kind of close. Let's see, late trick's still open. Do we want to gamble? Yeah, I think this would be closer in a higher buy-in. In these small buy-ins, I see people shoving much tighter ranges than they should, and so therefore I'm gonna lean towards fold. Especially myself, like this, you know, my real name account. I feel like people are playing a little bit more on the tighter side versus me. Not saying that's good, but that's my observation. In most cases, sometimes you get people on the other side too that are gunning for you, and that's kind of fun. All right, this is a more fun gamble spot. Can fold out a lot of hands that dominates us. Plays perfectly fine if we get called. And most importantly, the registration is still open, so we can rebuy or re-enter if we have to. I'm joking, that's not the most important aspect, but it's a nice added benefit. It's kind of nice actually, playing two tables. It's not something I do very often. Usually at this point I would fire up about 15 tables, so it can get quite hectic. This is feels like a little bit of a vacation, but at the same time I'm figuring the streaming stuff out, so I'm figuring out stuff that I'm not used to, so that's why I like to scale down the tables, and which allows me to focus on both. Rainbow saying, thanks, I'm not going. I just look forward to watching it on ESPN with Norman Lawn. It won't be on ESPN this year. They ended the deal with ESPN, so it will be on, what's it called? CBS, I believe. Get the rights for it, so be a little bit different this year. It'll be interesting to see how it affects the numbers and stuff, and the broadcast, because the broadcast always been really good and really enjoyable to watch. Like, I think ESPN does a tremendous job, at least as far as the production goes. But I remember when they were filming us, like when I had my deep run in 2014, or when I won it in 2014. Like later in the tournament, like when we were down to day 5, day 6, and there was only a few tables left, they were quite harsh. They didn't give us like the players that much respect, if to put it that way. I remember Dan Smith got a camera slammed in the back of his head as he was playing. It was just like all the focus was on the broadcast and like creating as good of a product for them as possible. So they didn't really have any concern of like how the players felt about everything. But anyway, resulted in some nice footage, so that's good. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what product CBS can put up, and if they use the same format, because ESPN was kind of going back and forth between the live stream and the recorded stuff, and then releasing one episode at a time. And I think there's pros and cons for both, but I would like to make, obviously I would like the November 9 format to make a comeback, but I don't see that very likely, especially this year. You know, it's tough to make November 9. Well, I guess it will be November 9, because if they don't change it, the final table, and I don't think they will change it at this point, the final table will be in November, but otherwise I guess it would be in February, March. All right, so we get some action here. 10-5. So the first thing I think about here is like how my range plays versus my opponent range and what the board texture is like. This is pretty bad flop for me and pretty good one for him. So I think I'm just gonna check this one. With the intention of check calling my gut shot, obviously, and you know I can get him to bluff some hands that I beat and just keep the pot small. Like we're really deep. Actually, not that deep anymore, but still 115 big blinds. After he checks, it's interesting now. Now I'm just gonna try a showdown. I would imagine he has some sort of showdown value and he doesn't bet the flop, or he just has some complete give up. It's one of the two. Obviously, he would never check a really strong hand here. I mean, maybe pocket tens, but I mean, this deep, I don't really see it. Yeah, I think we have enough equity to continue here. It's close. He shouldn't have that many flushes. Definitely calling out left. So yeah. So he could have, I mean, Queen Jack suited, bet the flop. King Jack. Does it start bluffing on the turn? Yeah, I don't think we can call it here. I think we have a lot better hands to call with. Let's put it that way. Here, flop flush draw is kind of awkward if we get, and we're playing versus if we get check raised there. So we're just gonna take a free turn. It's a great turn, obviously. Not much point in doing anything but calling. Oh boy. Okay, this is pretty nasty. So it's a board that I'm gonna fold there versus undergun 1. It's a board where he should have a lot of checks because he's playing versus a button call, and especially the big blind range, he should be very very wary of, because on this 5-high board there's just a lot of hands that the open raiser can't have, which connects with the big blind really well. The big blind has a lot of more nuts, and therefore, and I have a lot of strong hands too, calling, fighting with 20 big blinds on the button there. So here with no backdoors whatsoever, I just give up. I would check here with a lot of strong stuff too, and a lot of not nuts, but stuff that can continue. So it's not like I'm capped every time I check. It's not like I check fold every time. But with that particular combination, not much merit to start betting. Because this is the king 10 of spades is the type of hand that we want our opponent to have when we're betting here. So when we have it, you know, they're more likely to have, let's say, king queen of clubs, which is never folding, ace 5 of spades, which is obviously never folding. So all right, 6-minute break. That's nice. They add an extra minute, because I remember for the they always seem to be 1 minute shorter than any other site. 888. So it was kind of annoying when you came back and the tournaments had already started, and on other sites they were still on break. Rainbow says, I really missed the early 2000s poker boom. Yeah, don't we all? Those were the days. Hopefully we can see something similar in the future, but who knows? From what I'm hearing, the US is sort of booming now, at least. So we'll see. I think the WSOP this year will be very telling on the future of poker, at least the live scene. I mean, online we kind of know what we're getting now. It boomed during the pandemic, of course. Everyone being at home and lockdown, bored, and playing more, and the poker sites were adding tournament series after tournament series, and it got kind of saturated after a while. And yeah, I think they needed to scale back. Okay, let's see what else is starting now. Alright, so we got the Big Shot 109 starting 1 minute. That's always a good one. When does the 500 start? There in 31 minutes. Alright, I'll see if I should add another table, get some more action. If I can fit another table, I need to figure out how to. Maybe I'll make this $50 a little bit smaller. back. Okay, kind of limp here. Limping most stuff here at this stacked up. Queen 3 deuce. Not a great board for us. Actually, better board for the big blind. But given that we got shot and can fold out a lot of stuff, and we can't really check call, I like starting betting here. Ace king is gonna go all in, 13 blinds. This is kind of close, but I think we gotta continue. This deep. Our implied odds are quite great. If we think of 5 and our opponent has 2 pair or something. Interesting, okay. I wonder if we have the same hand. That would be kind of funny. I think we want to block bet here just in case he was raising bottom pair for protection, and also disincentivize him to bluff us on the river. Like if we check here and he bet spot or over bets, like we're in a pretty tough spot where his range obviously very polarized. He could have a 3 as well. See players make that play sometimes, raising when ranges are this wide, blind versus blind, you see players raising a 3 here for value / protection, which I think is a good play. Not all the time, but sometimes. Alright guys, still 25 minutes to get in. And if you missed this one, there's another one starting in 55 minutes if you'd rather play from the start. I think he has it's pretty nice overlay. It's probably gonna overlay. 6,800 entries so far, it needs 10,000. So good value there. let's get it in. All right. This guy's pretty aggressive. Play with him a lot. Plays some higher stakes as well. Because of this, I mean, I have pocket eights and 15 blinds in versus 2 limps and an ISO, so it's pretty mandatory get in at this stage of the tournament at least. Oh, that's not what we want to see. Eight for 8. All right, so we're rebuying. It's not unlimited rebuys. It's 3 allowed. I think this is my second. Maybe my third. It's my third bullet, but my second re-entry, I think. So you can have 4 entries total with the first one. But I guess Cactus folded, so my initial read was right. I wonder what Thunder again would have done there if Cactus shoved as well, because he only called my shove. He didn't go all in, but he only had like 10 big blinds left behind or something. Pretty tough spot if that happens, but Ace-9 offsuit on the button. Here we gonna, well, not anymore, but if it folded to us out, I would have ripped this. It's kind of one of those hands that has enough value to go all in, but it doesn't benefit at much raising because it can't really raise call. Well, I could versus the big blind, but it's just better to go all in and take up or take down the pot right here and there. Doesn't play exceptionally post flop either, so. And then we're balancing it out with shoving some suited connectors in the same region with a 9 in them, and some smaller aces, suited aces that is. So like ace-5, ace-4, ace-3, ace-deuce suited, I would shove as well with 20 big blinds, and then all the small pairs as well. So that's kind of how you want to build your range. You want to have a few hands from different categories, because if you're only shoving deuces and threes there, then you know you're not that difficult to play against. But if you have ace-9, but you also have ace-deuce suited, then the big blind can't just go ahead and call every time he has ace-6. But if you only have the ace-4, ace-3, and ace-deuce, then he can actually start calling ace-6, which is, pretty crazy and loose, but it would be very profitable if I were to play that strategy. With fives as well, it's not really a hand that we want to raise and play post-flop. We just want to take the equity it has now and hope everyone folds, or worst case where we get called if it was ace-king or ace-queen, ace-jack, and we're flipping, and we're actually a small favorite, so it's not the end of the world. Probably don't get called by any smaller pairs, maybe pocket fours in the big blind. I think threes folds, deuces definitely folds. All right. We're still above starting stack, but it is my second bullet. It would be nice to ship out before the registration closes, but I guess worst case we can jump in the next flight. All right, let's pay some more attention to this 2K actually. It's a pretty small field, so it's nice. You can get some nice reads on your opponent. It's only 3 tables for now. What happened there? I guess. This is kind of close. I opened this in weaker fields, especially. Has a nice blocker, plays well post. Not the end of the world if we get 3-bet or flatted. Alright, so you see this, so the big blind just calls with a flush. And then turn goes check, check, and then river he checks as well. Yeah, I guess he only has a 8-high flush, essentially, on the river. Here, we're going to go ahead and bet with our backdoor club draws. Also blocking king queen is kind of nice. Obviously we don't care about blocking ace king because he never has ace king, but it's definitely a hand that we can represent with the turn pairs. Now our blockers are actually pretty bad because we want him to have the backdoor club draw. We want him to have king jack, king 10 of clubs type of hands. I'm gonna fold here. Yeah, I don't think I can get this through. And I think we might end up shopping some of the time. Nah, I doubt it. He should bet. If he has like jack 10 of hearts, he should bet the turn. For sure. Although with this stacked up, it's kind of tricky because he doesn't want to get check raised. But now he most likely has an ace here. He could have aces too. It's definitely possible, and it would be a good play. I would play aces just like this. Yeah, I like it. I'll probably bet bigger on the river. Probably shove. With my entire range, I'm not sure what type of hands we want to bet this size with. Like in position, you don't really want to go for these tiny value bets. If you have a hand that wants to bet, you usually want to bet pretty big. Because you're either betting for value or you're betting for your bluffing. And when you're out of position, on the other hand, you want to use these smaller bet sizes because you want to block your opponent from bluffing you or betting big himself. And you can do that with a wide variety of hands. So it's not like you're capped by any means when you're using a small bet size, and that's why it's so effective, because you're giving yourself a really good prize on winning the pot. Alright, I'll need to pay some attention there. It's pretty important to have good reads on your opponent, especially once he gets gets deeper in these small fields, you're pretty likely to end up playing some of these guys at the final table. So all the information you can get is very valuable. Definitely calling here. Pretty easy to play this hand post flop because you're either gonna flop something really big or just break it. At the stack that we're obviously just looking to connect in some sort of way, like flopping a gut shot or better, and then getting it in. And three-way as well. It's like one, we're getting a better price, and our hand doesn't really interfere with any of their holdings or the holdings in either of their ranges, and it's more likely that it goes check check or it checks through on the flop, so we can see a free turn. See a lot of limping in these smaller field, or not smaller fields, but smaller buy-in tournaments. Yeah, from my experience, it could be a lot of different stuff. Like some people limp very wide. See threes here. Some players only limp aces and kings, ace king, which I don't think is a good play. It's kind of an old school play. But anyway, I don't really like limping any sort of hand from early position. I don't limp much in general, but especially from early position, it doesn't really make sense to me, especially early stage of a tournament. I can see a case if there's a unique like ICM scenario where you have some big stacks that can put a lot of pressure on you. You might want to implement a limping strategy because you want to keep the pot small and you want to continue to play a decent amount of hands where that could be effective to implement a limping strategy in that regard, because you can start implementing some limp races so to protect from the big stack starting to 3-bet you really aggressively, or ISOing your limps. This guy's been 3-betting quite a bit. This is a pretty good stack size to 3-bet with, especially in an early position open, because it looks really strong. And with this stack depth, the early position rate opener can't really afford to 4-bet light, right? Because of the stack depth. Because what's he gonna make it, like 19 big blinds and fold to 30 more? Doesn't really make sense. So the only thing you can do is really have a calling range in the spot. And whenever he calls, he's out of position, and the three better can just go ahead and bet really wide for a small size in position, and out of position the early position raiser is just going to be forced to fold a bunch. So it's a very profitable play. And he can, of course, he can fold. He can generate a lot of folds pre-flop, which is always nice. The structure in this high roller is actually much faster than the $50 one. See, the blind levels here are only 12 minutes, and the $50 one is 20 minutes. So lots more play in the big one, and the big field one. Eight minutes left on the late registration. Still, it'd be nice to double up. Yeah, this will do. He should have a lot of smaller pairs. Not a ton, but like 5, 6, and 7s for sure. And yeah, he's gonna have that sometimes. A lot of times, actually. Ace king, ace queen, there's a lot of combinations of that, and not that many over pairs, so easy call for me, and I think I got one more. Yeah. Alright, I believe this is my last bullet, at least for this flight. Wow, that's a big pot on the right. Huge pot. 80 big ones. The turn doesn't really change anything. Wow. Three-way. I was going to say, the turn doesn't really change the board dynamics. So whatever the third guy called the flop bet with, like, should be priced in to call the turn as well. Assuming that see your river, the button bet the flop, but I think he did. Wow, ace is ace. I guess they both have some big draws. Let's rewatch that hand. This is kind of close. I would fold this under the gun, but I'm gonna open here. I've been pretty tight so far. That's something I try to pay attention to. If I have a tight image, I would open a little bit wider. If I have a loose image, I will tighten down a bit. Also, whenever there's been a big pot, players tend to be a little bit more conservative because they just watch that big pot and they don't want to get involved in a big pot right after. So I don't know, take it for what it's worth, but you seem to be able to get away with a little bit more the immediate hand after a big pot. Okay, here behind backdoors, 3 flush board. This is a spot where I see people shove a lot, and I don't think it's a good play. I think we want to call here because plays pretty well post flop, and we want to keep all his dominated kings and jacks in play. Whereas if we shove here, he's gonna fold. He's gonna fold king 10, king 9, king 8, all the worst kings, and all the worst jacks as well. And we can still call here. Fold. with the backdoor flush draw, and just king jack high. It's not the worst hand. We could very possibly still have the best hand on the flop. Here, yeah, we just have to continue. For the same reasons. I mean, here now on the turn, we obviously have a much stronger holding. We have a lot more equity than we have on the flop, but his range is also a lot stronger. So, wow, that's a pretty sick value bet on it on the turn. Give him a little trophy. Finding that value bet. It's not something you would expect to see in a $50 online tournament with a couple thousand players in it. And that was sort of my reasoning for continuing in the first place. If I knew that he was betting that thing for value, it might not be as good of a call, but nevertheless, can't really fold. King eye flush draw there on the turn. 3 minutes left of registration, but I don't think it matters because I'm pretty sure this is my last bullet. Here we gonna fold. Great price, of course, but the problem with this is that whenever we flop a flush, it's not necessarily good, and we can end up losing a lot of chips if we find ourselves in a flush versus flush situation, which happens fairly often, especially at this stack depth. There's no way we're getting away from it, so we're basically out of the tournament if we flop or turn a river a flush versus a higher flush. And of course, like 7 deuce is not a great hand, but I would call a lot of suited hands here. And if this was heads up, I would call for sure, but multi-way, you gotta tighten up quite a bit. Tank call with ace jack there. Interesting. All right, let's rewatch this hand, the aces hand. Oh wow, this guy had 5-4 suited. Okay. I wish I could speed this up, but I'm not sure how. So aces opens under the gun. 5-4 suited should fold, but calls. King queen suited should call or squeeze and calls. And aces checks. 5-4 of clubs checks. Not sure why. And king queen of spades bets, which is obviously good. You could bet a little bit bigger, but that's fine. Multi-way. Aces check raises pretty small, and the flush draw, the 5 high flush draw calls, which is pretty bad, to be honest, because he's not even sure that his flush draw is any good. He could very likely be up against a better flush draw, and in that case, he's drawing very thin, if not dead, especially 3-way. It's gonna be very hard for him to win the pot. Anyway, and then king queen calls, which is good, but not exactly loving life after that action. Here we just want to go ahead and range bet for protection. I'm gonna fold out all the overcards our opponent can have. like king 8, king 9, king 10 has to fold to this size without any backdoor flush draws, at least. Alright, back to this hand. Aces checks now on the brick. The pair of fours and the flush draw checks. And the king queen bets half pot, which seems fine. Aces now calls, and the flush draw on the pair calls. Brick turn, checks around, aces wins. Alright, that was it. And then what happened on this hand? Ace Jack opens, and I believe Queen 8 of diamonds called in the small blind, and then check shoves the pair. He pairs the turn. Yeah, not a fan of that ploy. I think he should just call the turn pretty clearly. That's what I think. Okay, maybe we'll... I'm gonna wait and see what happens in this before potentially adding another table. Adding the big shot 109. 150k guarantee. Alright, screw it. I'm gonna add his 109. Hopefully get a bit more action. I'm gonna put it over here. And I guess the 500 started. This is what happens. I start getting trigger happy and I just add more and more tables. Luckily, I'm only playing on 888 tonight, but normally I would play on 3, 4, sometimes 5 different sites and can get pretty messy and expensive. But I like this. It's one software, same pace, same breaks. It's great. I remember back in the day where they then he used to have synchronized breaks across, well, not just sites, but every tournament had their own break. So whenever a tournament started, one tournament started at 7:30, then it would go on break at 8:30 and so on. And if a tournament started at 7:45, it would go on break at 8:45. So it was just, you would always, it was nice in a way because it allowed you to play more tables, because there was always some tournaments that were on break as you were playing others. But it was obviously terrible for, in terms of actually getting a break from playing and going to the bathroom or grabbing some food or whatever. Um, yeah, and that's where piss bottles were invented. Not by me, but I've heard some stories. And this was before Uber Eats and all the delivery apps. You had to pre-plan all your food and stuff. It's a bit hectic. Uh, yeah, I think we can get away with this. Oh, this is kind of close versus min race I would call. Being this short, we just need to connect somewhat with a flop and we can gamble a bit, and we have some full liquidity on the post flop. But since he opened to 2.6x, I don't think we, well, our hand is just pretty shit, let's be honest. So I think we'd rather save that extra 1.6 big blinds and for a spot like this. And I believe, yeah, registration is not closed. So if we bust here, we have to enter the next flight. Oof. Yeah. So I think I'll probably hold on that, and then maybe I'll add a 500 actually. That could be fun. The 500 is pretty deep, but it's a fun tournament. And it's only 12-minute blinds, so it will get more shallow quicker than the 55 that just started the next flight. I believe this is the guy who was sitting here. I'm pretty sure. So do this. Let me just double check. But yeah. Here we want to ISO. So usually I add, if I would ISO one player here, I would go 3x, 4x, and then I would just add one big blind per extra caller. Also, of course, it depends on the stack depth. You see, I'm really deep with the callers, but I'm not that deep with under the gun. Queen 5, we're going to go ahead and defend versus cutoff. And plays passively on the flop, 3-way. Whoa, okay. This is closer than it looks with Queen 5 because we have a lot of backdoors. So a king at 10 would pick up a gut shot, or 5 or 4. I mean, 5 makes a pair, but a 4 or 3. And our Queen 5 could still be the best hand, and he's betting really small. So I'm going to go ahead and call. not a turn where we're looking to lead with anything. We could definitely have the best hand. You could have you could just be giving up with a bluff. You could have 6-5 suited, 7-5 suited. I think we just want to check here. We don't really. It's not enough hands where we're interested in blocking. We just hope to show down. Yeah. Here. Yeah, we can bet small, we can bet big. Gotta bet small this time. Bingo. Now we're gonna bet big because we're not blocking any of his calls. He could have king queen, queen jack, queen 3 suited. Yeah. So I'm betting 150% pot, which might seem crazy, but I think it's good. I would bet smaller if I had like king queen or pocket kings there, and then I would bet my bluffs 150% pot too if they weren't interacting with his folds, but the stuff that calls the flop it folds the turn. Here we can bet sometimes, we can check call sometimes. Could check raise, but I think our hand's a little bit too strong with the gut shot and the backdoor. I think there's more value in just letting him bluff here. I keep thinking that this is the 55 still, but it's not. It's at 500. So my strategy is going to change a little bit here because it's a bigger buy-in. Not because of the size of the buy-in, but because of the field. So we get a call from our friend here who, remember, he's pretty passive post-flop. Normally I would check here, but because he's shown to be a bit of a station, I'm going to go ahead and bet. Because I don't expect him to do the betting for me. And then here, we should be up versus a one pair type hand. Now I think, God, what about what? Yeah, I don't think there's enough worse hands that can call here. But I'm obviously not folding either with a top pair open ender and flush draw with straight flush draw. Here we got a 3-bet, 3x looks good. Ooh, I thought we got the straight flush there for a second. Now I'm gonna block because again I don't think this is the type of player that will value bet light or even bluff that often. He's more likely to just check behind, but he's also likes to see showdowns, it seems like. So here I'm just gonna range bet. Can get folds from stuff. Yeah, with this size, I don't know. He's not folding. Is he folding ace? A7 of hearts, ace9 of hearts? No, I don't think so. Not ace9 with the double gutter. No, easy fold. But yeah, you could have some offsuit pairs, like pocket eights, for example, without diamond that would fold to the size. This guy again. I mean, we know he's super wide here, but I don't think we benefit too much from betting this hand. I think we can just check call. Letting, well, this is kind of scary now because we know he's pretty passive post flop, right? So, but he's also no value betting very wide. And we have a gut shot and we're very deep, and now we have a straight, not straight, so. I expect this to go check, check, unfortunately. I was obviously looking to check raise there. Snap checks back, which usually means they're pretty strong, in my opinion. I'm gonna overbet anyway. Just hope he has ace queen. No. Or king jack. He could have king jack. And then he's never folding, whether I bet 75% or 150% pot, and he's never raising either. And that's the thing, he doesn't have any bluffs, so if he's the type of player that's going to call regardless of what I bet, then I'll, exploitatively speaking, I want to size up when I have the nuts, right? Especially when I don't interact with any of his calls. So similarly to the previous spot, if I had king queen here, I wouldn't bet this size because I'm just blocking too many of the potential hands that he can call me with. But with ace jack, that's not the case. Matan says good luck, thank you. Some nice action here tonight on 888. Maybe it's time to jump into this next flight. Let's see. Yeah, this was the one I busted out of. I'm going to open this one. So this is the lobby for tomorrow. You can see day 2 starts in 23 hours from now. So depending on where you are, you can figure out what time that is for you. Oh, the next flight actually hasn't started. It starts in 10 minutes, so still got plenty of time. Oh, here we have a big blind squeeze. These are always fun because the big blind should be pretty polarized here. Meaning that he should either have a very, very strong hand or kind of a weak hand. Not super weak, like he wouldn't do this with a complete bluff, but like a ace 5 suited or that type of hand that plays fine. I'm gonna feel here. Tens here, it's pretty nice to keep the other guys in as well because a lot of their hands in their range are lower pairs than mine, so I can create, when we're this deep especially, I can create a set over set situation, which is pretty nice. And also if I it wouldn't be a 4 bet, but if I 3 bet here, then I'm not really loving life if I get 4 bet by the ISO raiser. Pocket tens doesn't really perform that well in that case. And it's also pretty sad to fold because he's going to have ace king a bunch. So I think the preferred option is just to call. Wow, betting 10% pot. This is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I can't fold to this size with the backdoors and potentially having the best hand. Who knows? This guy might just have pocket eights, and this guy has ace queen. Now we can go ahead and fold. Out of 25. I wonder if this is updated, because I feel like I've been 16 place for a while, but I feel like my stack hasn't really done much. It's been around the same. Are people not busting, or what's going on? So there's an hour and a half left of registration. Four people busted, no rebuys. Yeah, it's an expensive one to rebuy, this one. So hopefully we don't have to. We never saw what this guy had when we had the queen 5, did we? Yeah, what's the sign? Yeah, so I see king 8 of diamonds. Whoop. Okay, I guess sixes. They got it in on the 3 flush board. Aces with the ace of club. Not much you can do. So I guess the king 8 here assumed that he had enough showdown value that he didn't need to continue bluffing here on the turn or river, which I think is fair. And again, when we have king 8 of diamonds here, especially the king of diamonds, it's a pretty bad card to continue bluffing with when the turn bricks, when we don't pick up the flush draw. And the reason for that is that we want our opponent to have the king of diamonds in his hand, or in our hand. So therefore we don't want to block that card. So yeah, I think it's a solid check down by him, and of course it worked out for us. Yeah, so this was the squeeze. Queens versus kings, obviously standard. This was the sixes versus aces. I assume they got it in on the flop. And I assume that this guy 3-bet. Just want to see what size he made it. If it made sense for sixes to call there. Oh, wow. He got punished. Yeah, so this is not something I would do. I wouldn't slow play aces here this deep. Yeah, it's like 35 big blinds deep. There's so many hands that we want to 3-bet here that we definitely want to 3-bet aces as well. And we also don't want to let the big blind and people behind in for cheap. Okay. He shoves the turn. Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't see the point of shoving the turn here. Why, he's just folding out all his bluffs. And you don't really need protection because you have the ace high flush draw and you have top pair. So you can't really get sucked out on. And if he has king queen, you know, you're blocking 2 of his outs, so. neck break again. All right, 5 seconds, perfect. Yeah, like I said, it's better when the breaks are synchronized. If you guys have any questions, just post them in the chat and I'll address them whenever there's some time. Which, you know, playing 3 tables, it's gonna be plenty of time. Was there some action there before the break? I believe so. 10k pot. Wow, quads. 6s are hot tonight. I'm so happy it shifted to, or gave you the option to shift between big blinds and stacks, or a chip count. Just makes it so much easier, at least for me. Now I'm always thinking in big blinds. It's gonna be a bit of a problem, I think, playing live again. Here, early position versus early position, we actually want to have a pretty high 3-bet. Just because we're not really interested in doing a lot of calling, so a lot of 3-bets, it's gonna be strong, but it's also gonna have a lot of these type of like middling type hands. Because if we're not 3-betting, we're setting ourselves up for getting squeezed with a capped range behind. Ooh, this is kind of close. That's a huge squeeze. Wait, what happened if? Okay, so under got 2.5x, 2.5x. This is the big one, and we can re-enter if we need to, but yeah, it's close. I think we're just about priced in. The thing about that when it's 3-way as well, like one of these guys is gonna have an overpair, and if we think a 9, like we're almost certainly doubling up, if not tripling up. But it's also gonna be tougher for us to win the pot in case you know, if it's heads up, our opponent's gonna have ace king, ace queen quite a bit, and if they brick, they're just gonna try show down, and our 9's gonna be good. 3-way, that's not really the case. Someone's gonna have an overpair or hit the flop, and yeah, just like here, prevent us from seeing the turn. Oh, this is kind of nasty. I think we can call. Only calling because I have the 9 of diamonds, obviously. Which looks like a genius play now when the turn is a diamond. But I don't expect to be good on the flop very often. And especially not here. Here, you know, we're getting a great price, but I don't think a 9 high flush draw is good very often. Like, we could just be drawing stone dead, so I don't think it's worth chasing it at that point. That's also something you want to consider when you're calling pre-flop. So your reverse implied odds. So what that means, you have your implied odds, which is how much you can win if you make your hand, but the reverse implied odds is how much you can lose if you make a hand and you're sort of forced to continue on a lot of runouts, but you end up losing a lot more than what you already invested pre-flop to a superior hand. So something to be wary about as well. What happened to our friend here? Did he bust? No, still around. We're now looking to play here. 9-8 suited for sure. 8-7 suited, like the suited connectors, but suited one gappers just not really strong enough. Would have played him from the button for sure. This is a very small 3-bet for being out of position. Usually you want to go at least 4x here, especially at this stack depth. If it's really short, you can go 3x out of position, that's fine, but of 100 big blinds or 95 big blinds or whatever they are effective, it's you should at least go 4x, maybe 4.5x, just to generate the amount of folds you can, and also getting enough value from your value hands. And you want to disincentivize the in-position player from calling, right? That's the reason why we're 3-betting in the first place. I tank a lot, yeah, you do. I don't actually know anyone on any of these tables, which may seem kind of weird, especially in these small field ones. This is a Swedish fellow, yeah. Good regular, but the rest, no. Malta. I like to look at where players are from. Canada. Latvian hero, I assume he's from, yeah. UK. UK. A lot of players from the UK. Like myself. This is actually kind of big size for the stack depth. You could opt to go a bit smaller here, but it's fine. The ace-4 is closer than it looks if it folds to us. Might look like a lucrative call, but The problem with calling ace 4 here is that we're going to be dominated by a lot of better aces. And multi-way especially, it's going to be very difficult for us to win the pot unless we flop a straight or 2-pair or something, and that's just not going to happen very often. So we don't actually, even though we're getting great pot odds, we're actually not getting the right odds to call. Because remember, our implied odds are pretty poor with this holding. In this case, you know, we flop a pair and it's not good. We flop an ace and it's not good, and we end up having to call down 1 more and 2 more, and yeah, it could just be a disaster from here. So here we're looking through 3-bet. So we're gonna go 4x. Oh, snap call. So we're 3-betting for value here, obviously. Not the best of our holdings. I would have preferred if it was suited, but still, pair board 8-8-6, still pretty good for us. Shouldn't have that many 8s. Oh, snap raise, no. Okay, here 13 blinds defective. We're gonna go all in. So yeah, I don't know what this means. I assume it's like 9s, 10s, jacks for protection. I don't know. I'm just gonna fold. I'm too confused. It kind of sucks, but yeah, I don't know. If he's bluffing, it's gonna be hard for us to win the pot anyway. Because the problem with this board is that it doesn't interact with either of us. Like, we don't have many 8s, and neither does he. Although he will have more mid pairs and mid suited connectors, whereas we will have more ace king, ace queen type of stuff. Oh, now he's 4xing. Yeah, so this guy is a bit of a loose cannon. I mean, I say that, but then we have some good players of 4xing as well. 4x Olympic. Like Dominic, for example, but he does it very well, and I don't think this guy is doing it for the same reasons. So normally when I see a 4x, especially from early position, I'm just assuming that that's a bad player, unless I know who it is. This guy really does tank a lot. Lobby situation here. So 30 players, still needs 50 entries in 1 hour and 16 minutes. Otherwise, it looks like it's gonna be some overlay. So if you're watching this on like free money, just jump in. And I think that the 50, this one, the main events, looks like it could overlay as well. 7,100 players now. And here's the flight we're looking to jump into. Still 200 big blinds deep. I don't think it would be that. I think it's more valuable to keep these pay more attention to these 4 or 3 tables that we have up right now, the little higher buy-ins. Can talk about each spot a little bit more. Watch, observe the other players, see what's going on. Try to pick up some reads. At least that's my approach to tournaments. I try to late register the smaller buy-ins, even though you're missing some value by doing that. I think you're regaining it, because even though your ROI in a $2,000 tournament is obviously smaller than a $50 tournament, it's all relative, right? So you still make more money in a $2,000 tournament than a $50 tournament if you're profitable. Whoa, 3 players sitting out here in the 109. That's kind of crazy. I wonder if they're satellite players and they just forgot about the main tournament. Or maybe they have a bad connection. It always creates like a weird dynamic when you have players sitting out at the table, because whenever they're in the blinds, it's like the guys that aren't sitting out, they're gonna battle extra hard for it, and there's a lot of meta game going on about like who's attacking the guy who's sitting out and who's trying to pick up the free ships, and yeah, it can be fun, but it can be dangerous too. Like you gotta know when to pump the brakes. I've done that mistakes many times. Here I think we can go ahead and call. It's kind of close, but it's not that hard to play this hand. Wow. Post flop. This would be one of the boards, but I mean here we're a pretty strong holding here, and see. Happy to call one. Especially with the back doors, like the 7 of hearts, it's really nice here. The queen of spades, not great. We don't have any spades, which means it's more likely that they could have spades. The button should have a fair amount of queens. Yeah, we're not squeezing here versus under gun, small blind. Oof. Thank you, that's what I wanted to see, because now I can happily fold, otherwise I would have had a pretty tough spot. Our hand here was not strong enough to raise on the flop. Now we should be good a fair amount. The problem is there's not that many hands that can call us that would have, you know, there's a suited 10 like ace 10 of hearts, king 10 of hearts. Yeah, I'm gonna make a small block bet anyway. This guy snap calls. Yes, jack 9. Jack 9 of diamonds. Let's see. Pocket 8s. Blocking the straight. Still, I don't know. I think you can probably fold that one. His blockers are good because they're blocked the straight, but they're bad in terms of blocking the 8 of hearts. we're not really in the business of folding any suited hands here. Or limp raise folding. So we're just gonna take the passive line, try to realize our equity. Pretty interesting board. I mean, with this stack that we'll have a lot of ace 9, ace 3, 9-3 suited, which should give us enough credibility to check raise. We also only have 4 high, so. But we had 4 high, but a gut shot and a flush draw, so lots of equity. But I think the ace high board is just the board that the big blind's gonna attack a lot after you raise it up pre, even if he has a hand like king jack. It's gonna have to fold to our check raise. At least without diamond. King 9 offsuit. This is the bottom of my open range here. I would fold king 8 off. For it in the chat says good luck. Thanks, bro. Good luck to you, whatever you're playing. Matan's asking, when you aren't streaming, do you also play only a few tables? Do you usually play with a huff? I guess he means HUD. No, when I'm not streaming, I usually play a lot more tables. Like, just kind of new to me. I mean, streaming is new to me, but playing these few tables is new to me as well. But I kind of like it because it gives me it's a whole other aspect of it, especially like talking through the decisions. You know, normally I wouldn't obviously not do this, you know, talk to myself. But I find it kind of interesting and helpful. But yeah, normally around this time, this is the table with the 3 sit out, guys. Snapfuls. Normally at this time of the night, I would have somewhere around 12, 15 tables. You know, this is kind of the prime spot for tournaments around 8:30 p.m. where I am in London. We're gonna see bet small here. So there's a lot of stuff starting around this time. So, whoa. What the fuck? Min 3 bet. I mean, this is, you know, either two things. It's either a misclick or a fake misclick. So, you know, I hate to see it. Ran out of time there. I would have called. Here, we're gonna go ahead and bet again. Fold out some mid pair stuff. We have 8 high, but you know, we have a flush draw and we block the flush draw. Now again, our blockers aren't great because we want our opponent to have a flush draw, a missed flush draw. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and keep that one up. Whoop. No small blind, a fold ace 9. God, I hate to see it. Yeah, so he had that jack 10 of clubs, which is unfortunate because our bluff would have worked by the river. But I just, in general, I don't like to use these, especially when the backdoor flush draw gets there, and we're not blocking the backdoor flush draw, and we're blocking the flush draws that missed. yeah, I don't know. And he will have, 5-4 of clubs or whatever that he could potentially play this way. That gets there on the river. Ace deuce of clubs. Yeah, I'm fine with it. But back to this Jack's hand. Yeah, I kind of hate when this happens, when there's what appears to be a misclick, but you're not really sure. It could be a misclick, or it could be a fake misclick. If it's a fake misclick, it's usually aces or kings. Usually aces. In which you're in very bad shape. But if it's a misclick, it'd be a disaster to fold here. Also with the, there's so much metagame going on here, because if this guy thinks that the small blind's misclick, then it's a pretty good spot for him to try to win the pot, because he has position on this guy and he's going to force me to fold a bunch of stuff that I open, and it's going to be difficult for me to continue. And with stack sizes being this, I can't really afford to 4-bet bluff here. Sorry, 5-bet bluff. So yeah, it's a pretty nasty spot for me, because I'm not closing the action, right? If I was closing the action, then it would be easy call. I would never fold. But since I'm not, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and 3-bet this. Since I'm not, if I call here, I can still get raised off my hand, which isn't great. And even if I call and the small blind calls or folds, if he folds, it's pretty nice. But if he calls it, I'm 3-way with jacks. Like, I'm not really, and I'm up against two very suspicious ranges. That could be anything, really. So it's going to be hard to realize my equity and knowing where I'm at. Obviously, you can see it would have worked out here, but you're only going to flop sets so often. Yeah, I'm not sure what the small blind's doing here. I guess it was a misclick. This doesn't really make sense to fake misclick ace-10, so maybe he's playing a bunch of tables, or I don't know. His cat walked on his keyboard or something. Here with the queen 10 suited, we're just gonna call. Not really a spot where we want to raise and get blown off our equity by getting 4-bet. Now I can see the big blind had ace king here. Stefan range check, checking everything here. The hijack should bet pretty small. He's gonna bet 1.5 big blinds, 1.4 big blinds. It's not much merit for me to raise. I don't need protection. I have a pretty shitty hand, but a decent enough bluff catcher. Oh, calling here. Gotta watch out. I don't have much time bank. They're not very generous with the time banks. I've noticed like every site, it's like they keep decreasing the time bank everywhere. Pretty annoying. Double barrel here. Don't think we can fold as of yet. Pair. Queen pairs on the river. Back door. Yeah, I don't think we want to block. Doesn't make much sense. Now when the flush gets there, we're just not beating enough hands, and we're gonna have plenty of flushes ourselves, so we have much better hands to call with here. So I'm not too sad about folding. Yeah, I'm not sure what this means. I mean, it's obviously looks like thin value, but it's probably what it is. The problem is I'm getting a great price, and I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to call here, just because I'm getting such a good price. But yeah, pretty crucial ships. Blinds just went up too, so losing an extra, what was it, three big blinds there is kind of crucial. If we had like 40, 50 big blinds, I would have called for sure. Being this shallow and in a 2K tournament, you shouldn't. If it was a $50 tournament, would be enough. Here we can actually call. We're short enough that if we flop a queen or jack, it's going in, like here. Could lead here because we really don't want it to go check check. All right. That's fine. So I received the lobby. We're right. We're back up to almost starting stack again. But starting stack's only 20 big blinds, so it's getting a bit shallow. I need to write a note on this guy as well. What happened post flop? Bet small, if I remember correctly. Ajax. Yeah, lead small. I mean, it's kind of hard to. It's such a unique situation that's kind of hard to take a note on that. I'm just gonna leave it as he misclicked with the ace 10 off, which is what happened. Yeah, king queen bottom of my range. It's not super exciting that the small blind only has 7.5 big blinds. But I still think, also, you know, exploitably thinking it should add a little bit of strength to our perceived range, given that he's so short. That majority of hands that we raise here, we would call him, so that should make the other guys perceive us as a little bit stronger than normal. But nice to get that one through. So 35 entries so far in the 2K. Here we gotta be aggressive. We want to punish this small blind call because he's never strong. Oh, yeah, I mean, he's never strong. That shouldn't happen, but it did. But at least we hit our king on the turn. Oh, he's from the Ivory Coast. Interesting. Let's do this. Do I usually play with a HUD? Yeah, I do. And normally, I decided not to fire it up today because I'm old school. I just hold a manager and usually chugs a lot of my CPU. And with the streaming software I'm currently using, it's quite CPU heavy as well. So I don't want to overload my computer by running both, so that's why. And I also think it looks a lot cleaner without the HUD. It would be cool to show it to you guys and to go through my stats and we can look into them and I can explain how I read into the stats, but I don't think it's worth it. I think this is running pretty smooth and I like the way it looks. Maybe for the next session I can give it a try before I go live and see if it works. But yeah, let's not risk it right now. We're looking to open. Again, bottom of my opening range. Wouldn't open king 10 off here. Even queen jack off. Maybe sometimes. I mean, we're short enough now that whenever the shorter we are, the more our blockers matter. So we want to open hands like this rather than, you know, suited connectors. For the reason that our implied odds aren't that great when we're this shallow, and they're actually not good enough with suited connectors, and we just want to block as many strong hands from our opponent's ranges, and this one's a fine one. Blocks ace king, kings, jacks, but this could happen. That's the nice part with these small fields, that now we're playing 7-handed, so there's a lot more action. Allows us to play more hands, which is fun. And usually play will be a little bit more aggressive when you're short-handed as opposed to full ring. Like this is 9-handed. This, I mean, this is six max because these 3 guys are sitting out, but normally it would be 9-handed as well. Oh, this guy in action again. That's a pretty loose call with ace 9 there. Don't really like it. I think you should have at least ace jack there, to be honest. At least. So the button isn't as incentivized to shove many hands as the blinds, right? Because the blinds are out of position, the button can still call a lot of hands and play in position. So normally when the button shoves there, he's usually pretty value heavy, so his range should look something like ace jack plus and smaller pairs, and then of course he will have some bluffs as well, but it's not like he's shoving every a7 suited or whatever. So Shiitake defends here, 5 big blinds. Could still have a pretty wide range when you're this short and facing a min race. You're getting a great price, and your cost for a confrontation isn't that high, so it's fine to go ahead. If we were shallower here, I would use this to 3-bet. It's close. Yeah, I would 3-bet there sometimes. I don't think calling is that great because we can get squeezed behind. And playing a multi-way pot with King Jack offsuit isn't that great. If we're on the button, it's a different story because we have position on everyone. But now in this hand, we had the button left to act, which is a bit concerning. Defend here. 5-5-3. Really good board for us. We have a lot more 5s in our range. We have 4 deuce suited. We have 6-4 suited. 6-4 offsuit. Stuff that he doesn't have. So here we have so many backdoors, and we're blocking the backdoor flush as well. This is pretty aggressive. I'm gonna go ahead and check raise here. And if we improve on the turn, I'm just gonna shove. That's not good. It's not the turn we were hoping for. It's gonna have a lot of ace X flush draws, both hearts and clubs. That would play the exact same way. Use some ace kings. No, it's tempting. He's gonna have a lot of mid pairs here once he checks the ace. Nice, get that one through. Again, very limp heavy approach here. 60 deep, blind versus blind. Don't really want to check or limp brace a hand like this. It's not great to have a deuce in our hand because the big blind should raise a lot of deuces, knowing that we're not limping that many deuces, only the suited ones. Check raise there sometimes. Just like to call this time. Double pair board. Pretty interesting spot. Snap checks usually means I have a pair. I have a pair that's not kings. I'm just gonna bet this. I hope we can call with like pair. Bit of an exploitable size by me there. Versus a good player, I wouldn't choose that size. Instead, I would bet small or big. But I don't think I want to bet big with that exact combination. Doesn't make much sense. I think it makes more sense to bet small block bet. And then bet big whenever we have a king or a 4 in our hand. Mostly kings. Big 4s can bet small as well. And then obviously mix that in with our bluffs. Here, I'm going to size up a little bit. Benefit a lot from folding out better hands. Better queens, better kings. Ace highs. And we have some nice backdoors. It's all about the backdoors these days. Oh, we're getting pretty short here now. Again. Alright, we got moved. Get to play with Dominic. And this is Lena 900. Swedish MTT legend. Don't really recognize anyone else. This guy I've seen before. Is he from Brazil? Yeah. This guy just always in the pot whenever I look at this table. I wish I had my high deck. We can see how many hands he's played so far, but I bet it's a lot. So still 3 guys sitting out here. It's good to keep in mind. So we're playing 6-handed down here. This is 8-handed, and this is now 9-handed, this new table. So I guess they balanced it 19. Wait, how can there be... Are they playing 10-handed at the other table? Oh, there's 18 left. Okay, this wasn't updated. Ah, gotcha. Oops. I feel like even though I'm only playing 3 tables, I'm playing so much slower now because I'm just in like a slower pace. Whereas normally around this time when I'm 15 tabling, I'm just making decisions in a snap of a second. Here we're gonna do a little value raise with a top pair, just for protection / value. No need to go that big here. Oh, this guy again. Yeah, we definitely ISOing here him with the ace-5. And here we're just gonna check and let him bet all his. To see it. Let him bet all his floats on the that he floated the flop with, the backdoor flush draws that didn't get there on these rainbow textures. And obviously I'm gonna have a lot of give ups on this turn as well, so I'm just balancing my range here. And I think at this point I just want to go all in. It might look (10-9) is definitely a concern. I think that's why I don't want to go all in. So I think I'm more interested in block betting. I think it's going to be quite effective if he has a hand like pocket 9s, 10s. ace 8. It's gonna get called a lot more often, I think. Folding 4s here under the gun. I would have shoved 5s. Definitely 6s, 5s is, I think, close at a 9-handed table. Normally I would fold here, but with this guy being so bad, I'm tempted to call. Don't know much about this guy. Yeah, again, multi-way, you want to be pretty conservative with your calling range. Don't want to call too many of those, the bad flush draw combos, just in case you get a flush versus flush scenario. Need a little spin here in the 2K. Dom moves all in. We'll wait a little bit longer to jump into the main event. Still 2 hours. I just want to focus on this 2K for now. Being this short, yeah, I think it's very important to be selective with your spots. So here we see Dom limping under the gun, which again is something that he's done a lot of work on. But in general, it's when you see people make it, it's usually a weak player, but it's not the case here. He's just developed a balanced strategy which allows him to play more hands, and he also knows that people aren't used to playing limp pots, which completely changes the ranges post flop. Because if you're playing versus an undergun race, everyone knows you're raising 15% of hands. It's not rocket science, and you know what that range looks like. It's pocket 5s plus all the suited aces, ace 10, ace jack off plus, and you know, some the best Broadway combinations, the 9x suited plus. So it'd be a lot easier to navigate flops versus that range as opposed to a pretty undefined limping range that Dominic's developed. So I believe that's part of his reasoning why he's doing it, and yeah, it seems to be working for him. Alright, break. I'm gonna join my break. See you guys in 5. All right, so we're back. 30 minutes to get into the high roller. 37 entries, so still 13 entry overlay. I'll look at play here. Alright, we got our friend here. Normally I would actually flat this quite a bit, but not versus this guy. And especially with the dynamic here that he's opening into 3 guys that are sitting out. Yeah, snap gets in ace 9, which makes it even more of a case for 3-betting jacks here. Queen 5 suited, we're looking to open in the hijack. I believe that's the bottom of our opening range there. We would fold Queen 4 suited, but Queen 5 is just about good enough. And then on the monotone board, we don't have much, but our opponent's gonna brick a fair bit as well. We can force folds from better stuff, which is always something to keep in mind and should be our goal when we're betting. You don't want to bet stuff that folds out stuff that we currently dominate, because we're going to keep that stuff in. There's less incentive for us to bluff there, but if we are at the bottom of our range, it makes more sense to try to take it down, right? To bet. Here I think we can size up a little bit. Such a dry board, very deep. The drier the board, the bigger you want to bet actually, which probably goes against in your intuition of what you should be doing. I think we can bet again, but yeah, with the Queen of Spade. Could check that turn as well. Just bluff catch rather. It's pretty thin to bet, especially as big as I did, but oh well, worked out. Wow, we have 8 big blinds here. And we're last in chips. But you never know. Oof. Fold. Come on. Yeah, now there's not much we can do. Our hand's not strong enough to get it in here. Versus under the gun +1. It's sad. Such a pretty hand and such a good spot to just steal the blinds or get a double up hopefully. But you gotta be patient. So I assume this was a limp jam. Oh, and ace queen 10 calls. I think ace queen is pretty easy call there. But again, the limp race pots is, you know, could be very different depending on the opponent. Everyone seems to be playing their own strategy in the limp pots. That's why they're so difficult to figure out, because it's not something you see that often, especially at the higher level. Here we're just gonna 3x. This isn't our friend anymore. He busted, so this is a new player. Yeah, this is what you don't want to see. Because our hand isn't strong enough to call here. Nah, it's not. Especially in a smaller blind like this. It's not going to be wide enough. But it's really sad to raise fold. Such a beautiful hand. I should have just checked that. I know it's a bad play by me. Maybe a bit result oriented, because it's also nice to build a pot with such a beautiful hand. And when we're in position, because he's gonna call with a lot of stuff that we has dominated, like a worse queens and suited nines. This guy again. Here I'm just gonna shove. Looks a bit crazy, but I think it's a pretty effective play. Folds out a lot of better kings. Ace 9. King queen, queen jack, queen 10. I mean king 10. King jack, king queen. And it plays fine if we get called. I mean, not great, but fine enough. It's tempting to 3-bet bluff here, but I don't know. This guy might just be over us. Yeah, it's gonna. Here we're gonna call. Again, we don't want to raise this hand and get blown off our equity, but we should have 3-bet. I guess he would have ripped us on us anyway. Don't want to do any leads here really. Not much point in racing. We don't need protection, and our hand isn't that strong. Can't really get value from much worse. What do we have here? We have a gutter. Oh shit! Forgot how deep, how short we were. Yeah, we don't have enough behind here to draw to our gutter. I mean, if we were deeper, I for sure would have called, but I don't know what the fuck this is. It's the worst when you just feel like you're getting milked, which is exactly what I feel like in this spot here. This is betting small in position, 3 streets, with his queen jack. Ace queen, maybe. Gosh. We don't want to squeeze there. God, this is so tempting. I need to pay more attention to this guy, how he plays. We saw the ace 10 earlier, but that was clearly a misclick, and he led on the flop, but he had a gut shot and not backdoor flush draw, so it wasn't the worst. This was 3-way, if I remember. I get this guy called as well. Call. You can see I'm taking the same amount of time. I'm trying to not give anything away by acting quickly or slow, balancing my timing tells. Yeah, we can't really fold. Yeah. Decide. Okay. At least we're getting it in here. Get a double up before registration closes, or at least a chance to rebuy. Damn. 12 big blinds open on the gun. Let's usually pretty strong. Although in this type of field, like in this type of buy-in tournament, you see people do this with not as strong of holdings. So see, I mean, I think ace queen suited just wants to shove pretty, but whatever. All right, I guess we're firing one more. Still overlay, so still decent amount of value. I think it's gonna overlay, but we'll see. Let's look at Stanson again. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we could do done differently. Fortunately. Lucky Dom. Dom's gonna make sure this tournament doesn't overlay. Dom and me both. Gotta make sure I don't miss this main event. Wow, it's still almost 2 hours. Here I would normally open, but with the big blind being this short, I don't like it. Suited I would open for sure. And just call it off versus the big blind, but offsuit. Queen jack, I mean it's kind of borderline anyway, opening queen jack off, in my opinion. And this is a $500 tournament again, so people will be playing pretty tough. Whereas if it was a $50 or $100 tournament, I'll probably open anyway. Again, not because of the bind, but because of the field and the strength of the players. What's going on here? This is that tiny raise. So I guess flop went check check and then delayed c-bet and a tiny raise. Strange. Folds us, we're all in. Alright guys. Let's get a double. I think this is my last bullet anyway. Thinking about it, it's not good for us. He's thinking about it, he's probably has a dominated if he calls. He has like a queen jack suited top of hand. Maybe ace nine off. I think those would be kind of close. When does this reg close? Oh, it's still an hour. It's always good to keep it, pay attention to when registration closes, not necessarily because you're short, but other players' game plan might shift a little bit once it's getting close to the registration closing. There might be a bit more willing to gamble might go up a little bit, and likewise, once registration is closed, people tend to play a little bit tighter. This is sort of close. 5-4 suited here with 25 blinds and the hijack. I think it's just on the cusp. It's not super exciting because blockers are shit. But there's no short stacks behind. Yeah, so like the only one that can really do that is the big blind, because everyone else is too deep to shove. And whenever that's the case, you're less likely to get shoved on. But if these guys all had, or a couple of them had 25 big blinds or less, I would not open 5-4 here, just because I expect to get shoved on a decent amount. I'm more looking to open hands like this, like King Jack offsuit that blocks a lot of stuff that would shove or 3-bet me, or even just continue. Five four suited is more appealing when we have a big stack and we can play post and flop a lot of good stuff and mix in check races and flat 3-bets. And yeah, it just has a lot more playability whenever we're deep. Whereas King Jack offsuit is the complete opposite. We don't want to play 100 big blinds deep with a hand like King Jack very often, because it's not as strong. It's not gonna make as many strong hands as 5-4 suited is. And it's a lot trickier to play when we're deep with King Jack off than it is with 5-4 suited. Definitely open this. I would open every suited ace here. I wouldn't have any shoves from 16 big blinds. Not from under the gun, at least. All right. I don't think we want to bet here. We have enough equity and we have ace high, so we have some showdown value. Here I would normally flat, but since there's less people behind that can squeeze, I don't see as much merit for it. I would have continued if the turn wasn't a club. Maybe that's obvious, but just want to point that out. But luckily we got away. Sheep. And we don't really want to jam deuces here, and we're not deep enough to call. If we had 15 big blinds, I would call here, set mine here, but not with 12 and a half. And also Dom being so short in the big blind, he can have a pretty wide value shoving range, especially after we call. And deuces isn't going to generate enough folds. It's going to be in pretty bad shape whenever we get called by a lot of overpairs. And it's not blocking anything, so it's just a pretty bad hand. This guy again with the fake misclick. I don't know what to make of this, but I'm just gonna shove my eights and hope for the best. Given that he had his 10 off before, seems to like the ace 10. Nice. All right, back up above starting stack. So what's going on in the main? Still an hour of registration. I'm gonna add this, the main event. Need to make day 2. I'll just keep it small down here. Maybe I'll make it the same size as the big shot 109. Again, normally I wouldn't open 4s here with a good lineup behind, but in this little $50 tournament, I think we're not going to get 3-bet as much. And when that's the case, I think 4s really want to see a flop and flop a set and get paid. Only 17 players left in this 2K, and there's 6 players getting paid. So we're only 11 spots from the money, which is kind of crazy given there's 5 minutes left of registration. Here we're gonna continuation bet. I'm gonna use a little bit bigger size to fold all this over pairs, or at least get some extra value and potentially double barreling on this type of run out. Here we're gonna min raise the a6. Yeah, so the idea here is that we fold out this king queens, these ace highs, when we're double barreling this board. And if he calls a turn, then we're just done with a hand, because then he's most likely has some sort of full house himself that's beating ours. Yeah, not much to do here. It's fine. Raising with the ace blocker. Not too sad to not see a flop with that one. Ace, I hate ace 6 off. Used to cost me a lot of money back in the day. I think that's ever since I always hated it, but should hate it. It's a pretty bad hand. Pair board 4 ways. I'm just gonna check, see what happens. I usually play very passive in multi-way pots, especially 4-way pots and more. I only bet when I either have it or I have some sort of strong draw. Or good blockers. One of the three. Here we're definitely gonna call. Flop at 4. No point in squeezing here. Pocket 4s. Oh, wait, see that. We gotta fold. Yeah, if we squeeze here, we're not blocking anything that continues, and it's just a bad hand to squeeze with. It's just so much more value in set mining there, especially being in position. Alright, so this is what I like to keep track of. 2 minutes left of registration, which should make his range a little bit wider than normal. At least that's my observation over the years. Dom's gonna shove here, try to double up. This is a nice 3-bet. I mean, it's a bit obvious because the blinds are both sitting out, but whatever. We have nice blockers. See, the stuff just never works. Whenever someone's sitting out, people just go crazy. It's nice when you pick up hands in this scenario because you're always getting paid, but when you're not and you're trying to get away with something, it just never works. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, Dom should be fairly wide here. It was this last minute of registration. I don't know if people are attacking because they thinking about calling or just want to fuck Dom because they don't want to give him the option to rebuy, and I could actually do the same here. Adds a little bit of value to the overlay. But again, I don't want to waste my time back, so I'm just gonna call. Heart. Boom. Alright, and Dom gets to rebuy with 2 seconds left. Does he? Nope. I guess not. Oh, sorry, Dom. Or maybe it's fired 3. You can't really see that in this client. There's a limp pot. Call with our ace high and gut shot, keeping all his bluffs in. That's why I elected to. Here I was gonna shove. That's why I elected to check call rather than bet myself here. I want him to bet his bluffs. 5. All right. All right, limp pot. At this point, you should have a 10 or after you check the flop. You should have jack 10. I can tame then 9, ace 10. I'm gonna call here. Right flush. Oh. Alright. At least you got some information. He's open limping 9-8 offsuit. The cutoff. Don't have to be good there very often. Shipped up pretty nicely in this 2K now. So only 15 chips with 15 left. Here we're just gonna shove. Shove for value. Here. As soon as you add one table, it's like immediately a bit more of a pace. It's nice. Sixes. Yeah, I think it's better to raise call here into some shoves from smaller pairs. Especially with these stack sizes behind. And in case 2 of these guys goes all in, like with an easy fold, can get away. But if we have 15, I think there's more merit to shoving this hand. But 20 is a little bit rich. So now we want him to shove, right? Because we want him to, like the stuff of hands that he wants to shove is the stuff that we're doing pretty well against. Not the best board for us. Connects pretty well with the stuff that he calls with. Like it's tough for him to not have a piece of any of this And we don't have a spade, so I think we can just go ahead and fold here, even though it seems a little bit weak to check the flop and fold the turn, but I think it's a good play. Especially with it stacked up. So even when he's bluffing, when he has spades or whatever, and we're, you know, we have 2 outs to improve, which isn't a lot, and even if the spade draw bricks, he can still bluff us off the river, so it's not like he's always giving up his draws. Still 3 guys sitting out. That's crazy. I'm gonna open this for. All right, let's hope that these guys think I'm just abusing these guys sitting out. And someone's gonna play back at me with something they shouldn't. Again, I think I've said this. I feel like I've said this a bunch this session, but this is the bottom of my opening range. Really is. And it's partly because I've been pretty tight. I haven't opened a lot of pots. And we're playing 7-handed. So I think it's fine. Pretty good board for us. Not just because of our holding, but shouldn't really connect with our opponents. Deuce should definitely not have a 6 in his hand. Pocket 9s maybe, but we're blocking 9s. Cash roll shouldn't have a 6 either. Easy bet. We're just gonna call. I like that the software says this 8 players to the money. It's a pretty nice feature. That's when you know that registration is closed as well, when this pops up. So here, registration is still open. All the other tables, registration is still open, but not on this one. What happened here? We open, right? Is one of these guys sitting out? Anyway, I'm gonna bet. Doesn't really matter. Could matter on future streets though, because this range is gonna be very different if it's a big blind range as opposed to a open race and check call. This is the big blind. It's a mandatory bet for protection, but if it's not, it's gonna be. If it's a under gun race, it's pretty dicey to bet here because if he shoves, we can't force to call. Ugh. I really fucked up this one. Not knowing if it's under gun or big blind. If it's big blind now, it's worse for us because now we'll connect with a lot of stuff here. Yeah, I don't know. Oh fuck, it was under the gun. In that case, I would have called. Oh well, that's what you get for not paying attention. If I can't pay attention 4 tables, I probably shouldn't play 20 anymore. I'm just gonna call here because I don't want to create a scenario where he's shoving any pair he's opening just because I'm 3-betting the blinds that are both sitting out. I think we can go ahead and bet here. Pretty good range for pretty good board for our range. Folding here, obviously. And with the backdoor and the blockers. Oh yeah. I mean, that's not much we can do. Yeah. Saved us. If he just calls there, like we're losing a lot more. Even if he bets himself. I don't think I was going anywhere on that flop. Alright, let's focus on this 2K now. It's getting kind of deep. I assume ace 3 busts here. Oh, no. They were both short. Again, raising any suited ace. Now only one guy's sitting out, but nevertheless still opening any suited ace from this position. And the button's actually just moved, so he's sitting out this end. Blind versus blind, 30 deep. Jack deuce offsuit. Could raise this hand sometimes too. Don't think we want to do a lot of folding. Decided to raise the aces under the gun. I'll balance this with some stuff that I don't think is strong enough to shove, which isn't a lot of hands, but still. I continue barreling here with the straight draw and the flush blocker and our jack high. And again, we're gonna go for it here. Just fold out his like king high with the king of clubs, or king x of with one club. That would play this way. Queen jack with a club. Whoop. Okay, I forgot this is a new tournament. I actually have some time back. Now with the jack deuce, we want to be somewhat cautious. We want to be over bluffing, because it is a spot where ranges are really wide, so it's easy to overdo it, because you're gonna get to the river with a lot of weak stuff. But I thought that was a pretty good candidate for it. Opening here, we're on the button effectively. Here, just gonna go all in. It's fold. Let's see betting range here. It's not super exciting because we have some showdown value, but I think just folding out random stuff that still has decent amount of equity versus us. Oh, we win versus Tom again, which is nice. Here, 17 blinds, we're gonna go all in, fold out a bunch of not over pairs, but over cards. I guess we lost with ace jack, it's fine. Open ace 10, wow, it's picking up now, guys. Ace queen, that's fine. Three out of 12. It would be cool to make a final table on this one. Ideally win it. That would be nice. sir. Queen. This is pretty close actually. The king nine suited. I'm gonna call is pretty small 3-bet. It's tempting to do something here with a lot of backdoors. I don't know, it would be pretty ambitious in the 3-bet pot. Oh, fuck. Can't call threes here, not dominating anything but twos. I would call fives. Like full fours. We're also pretty close to the money, so like players' ranges should tighten up a bit. But I think fives dominate enough hands. Lucky's deuces, threes, fours. Really one pip wider or tighter can make a world of difference in these spots. Seems like I'm nitpicking, but it's really big difference between one pair to the next. Again, here I would contemplate doing something if we're deeper, but it's also an early enough raise from a fairly short stack opponent that I don't think it's worth doing something other than folding. Alright, break time again. See you guys in a bit. All right. So, who else is playing tonight? Let me know in the chat box if you're playing and what tournaments you're playing. Especially if you're playing any of these. Queen's 5-hand. Wow, on the I believe it's final table bubble. I think goes down to one table when we're 9-handed. It's a 9-handed tournament. Yeah, it's sometimes in eight max tournaments they insist on not doing final tables before you're down to 8, which I generally don't like because it's a pretty unfair advantage for the guys that are 4 players. Here we're obviously getting it in. We don't love it, but we're pretty. I mean, there's nothing else to really discuss. He's gonna be polarized here, like we're either okay. Big flip, queen ball. That sucks. Yeah, he's gonna be polarized there. So he's either gonna have. I mean, even ace king shouldn't be. I guess that was the 4 players to the money, but even ace king shouldn't be that excited about 3-bet calling it in all in there. He should definitely be less excited than we are shoving queens, right? Because like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that play, to be honest. I think he should just call pre. It seems crazy, but I don't know. That's my opinion. Because then he can induce shoves from the blinds. He keeps all dominated aces and kings live in my range. Whereas when he's getting 4-bet jammed on there, like I have jacks and ace king. Like I don't have pocket 10s or worse. And I never have a pure bluff. So gotta ask yourself, like, how excited are you to get it in versus those hands? And when you have ace king yourself, I'm less likely to have ace kings. I'm more likely to have a pair. Of course, it's blocking aces and kings, but yeah. Anyway, that's too bad. Would have been fun to make a final table. Well, let's focus on the other stuff. Two pair. Okay, so I raise pre, check back flop. Usually means they have some sort of showdown value. And he's probably not going to bet this turn because it doesn't really improve him unless he has pocket queens, which is very unlikely since we have a queen. You know, some one combination of queens left. More likely he has not 9s, 10s, maybe a really weak ace, like ace deuce of spades or something. So I think it's a mandatory bet there for us, just to try to get value before the board gets any worse. This guy, wait, who's this guy? This guy was sitting here before. Wow, it really moves around. I think we wanna, we gotta watch out so I don't time out here. I think we wanna squeeze here. This is the guy with the ace 10 off that misclicked twice. fake misclick twice or whatever it was. Maybe you meant to min 3-bet, but who knows. But he had ace 10 both times. Ace 10 off the first time, and then ace 10 suited where we had pocket eights and we busted it. So that's why he's in this seat rather than over here. Yeah. Don't love it, but versus this guy, like, probably has ace 10 again. He should at least have ace jack in his range, so whenever he has ace jack and we have ace queen, he could have king queen. What happened here? We double up. Yeah. It's important to always look at the total pot and not look here because you can get confused. So we have one pot size, but I think we just want to go ahead and shove here to protect our hand and get calls from 9s, 10s before like the board changes. I think it's strong enough to call. If we're deeper, I would 3-bet this end just to force the blinds and the button out of the hand. And it's a pretty nice one to do it with because you can fold out some better aces, offsuit aces, that is. This flop doesn't really interact with either of us. Neither of us has pocket deuces or threes. Shouldn't have fives, fours. Those should all show pretty sweet run out. Not now, but on the turn at least. So, do we want to shove for value? Intuitively, I don't think so. But it seems kind of weak to check back. Like, is he going... The question we want to ask yourself is he value betting ace king and ace queen here? And if he is, then we probably want to value bet. But if he's not, then it could be a disaster for us to value bet because then what are we really getting called by? You know, what are we really getting called by? Ace 7, ace 8. That's it. Like, I don't think like pocket kings or queens would take this line ever. And especially don't call on the river. So yeah, I think it's fine to check back. And we can start value betting our ace jack rather. Because then we're getting value from ace 10, ace 9, ace 8, ace 8, ace 7. Which is quite a bit more combinations than with ace 9. Alright, maybe we'll final table this one instead. That would be fine. Let me pull up this lobby so you guys can see. Need to think about my posture. I've been standing up this whole session so far. Usually I shift between standing and sitting. I have a adjustable desk, which is quite nice to mix it up. because I don't like sitting too long and I don't like standing too long. From the research I've done, it's pretty bad to be in a static position for too long, whether you're standing or sitting. But if I had to choose, I would definitely choose standing over sitting. I hate sitting. It's the one thing I don't. Well, there's a few things I don't miss about live poker, but that's probably the biggest one, having to sit in the chair for that long. Here we're not gonna bet. Terrible blockers. I say that because, not just because we're not interacting with the board, but we ideally want our opponent to have this type of holding when we're betting, and we still have some showdown value, even though not much, but we can improve to a king or a jack on the turn and maybe call once. But if we bet here and get called and we brick, then, and even if we improve on the turn, like, we're gonna be up against an ace fair amount, and we're not gonna have any real visibility of where we're at in the hand. So I think it's just better as a give up. 30 blinds, big blind versus button. I'm just gonna rip it in here with ace 10 off. I would do this with ace 10, ace jack, ace king, ace queen obviously as well. Here we're gonna call. No point going all in here, we're just getting called by better, and I would call my entire range here, so I'm well protected. You know, if I had aces here, I would call. But the benefit of calling rather than shoving is that when three guys go all, 2 or 3 guys goes all in behind you, I can get away. Whereas if I go all in, I don't have that option. Oh, at least he's short. So it didn't really matter. But yeah, if he had 50 big blinds or whatever and rips it in, then God, I don't know. No, I think I gotta fold in. I think with 30. Not with 20, but with 30 to start hand. Oh, that works. Shipping up in the main. Still 47 minutes left to get in, guys. For 20 bigs. So we started with 10k and I've shipped up to 30, so that's good. We're gonna defend the jack 5 off. So here when we're opening into the short stack, I'm gonna size it up a little bit to give him a worse price to call. And checking here. I don't really play many leads, to be honest. It would have to be a pretty unique spot. I'll let you guys know if I encounter one of them. I'll check. I'm gonna make a little value / protection bet. Not a great river, obviously, but could still beat, I don't know, ace 3. Oh, what happened here? I'm just gonna shove here. Fold. Yeah, we don't really beat much on the river. It would have to be like missed diamonds, but the problem with that is that he should be betting the worst diamond draws on the flop, and the ones that he's checking is usually ace highs and like king highs, and those have decent amount of showdown value, so I don't think he's necessarily bluffing his ace high. His ace highs of diamonds on the river. which makes it kind of tricky to come up with natural bluffs for him. It's more likely to have a hand like ace 8, pocket fours, ace 4, 8 6 suited. Yeah, it's quite a few value hands he can have, but tough to come up with bluffs. At least I struggle with. I wonder if there's anything else that we can jump into. Don't think so. I think the pace is okay too. 4 tables was almost a bit hectic for this type of chilled session where I'm talking about my decisions and we're trying to observe our opponents as well. Yeah, I think this is it, at least for now. This is a big 3-bet. If it was smaller, I would... meh. I think this goes in the muck. Just a hand that's dominated by a bunch. Like even when he's bluffing, he has ace-jack offsuit and dominates us. When we hit a jack, like we're gonna end up losing an even bigger pot. So don't see too much merit to continuing there. And again, in these smaller buy-in fields, I feel like people aren't 3-betting as much for value, and they're not 3-betting a very linear strategy. So like they tend to call the queen jack suited and the jack 10 suited rather than 3-betting them. So in that scenario, we're not doing that well versus that range. So I think it's better to just fold, especially in early versus early position. Kind of short there again now. So this is that one, 11 minutes. Okay, 10s we want to induce. We don't want to... they're too good to jam. In my opinion. And yeah, this is the main event. I mean, we're pretty deep here, so... Yeah, and that's why we don't shove. I mean, you might call if we rip it in as well, but just seeing this, I think, makes it a clear case for raise calling rather than shoving. Especially if he would show up with a hand like 10-9 suited or king-queen suited, king-9 suited rather. He's obviously never calling those combinations, but he might shove those over our raise. Whoa, 4-way all in. Wow, ace king got that on the river. 3-way bust. We end up busting 3 players. So what's the... Oh, it's only 5 minutes left of registration in this one too. So no small blind this time. We're still looking to defend Queen 9. Definitely racing the Ace 9 suited. And there's only a minute or so left of registration in this tournament, so people might be more willing to gamble or assume that I'm more willing to gamble because of it. Even though it's not like I'm short or anything. Still, starting stack in this tournament was 15k, so I have more than double starting stack, so which should make me less prone to gamble. So I can put this here. Jack deuce. Not the best board. This is close to, but would open queen 10 for sure. But queen 9 off is a little bit loose. That's a nice hand. Okay, so registration is here close with 300 to the money. But at this point it should go pretty fast because there's a lot of short stacks in this tournament. It's only 12-minute blinds. Opening any ace here. A7, no exception. This is all in. Falls to us, which it does. Alright, good luck us. Still 2 minutes of registration in case we need it, but hopefully not. Straight's good. Alright, we're gonna limp the king 3 off here of 30. Yeah, I think we still want to go in there, especially with 1 minute left. Hope for the best. And the 6 deuce suited, we want to call. Great implied odds. I'm just gonna range bet this ace high board. And we flop a straight, but on a monotone board. Wow. Okay, that works. Again, we don't want to use the king high as a bluff here, because a lot of his floats have a king in them, and those are the type of stuff that we want to barrel off, right? So king high just has too much showdown value here, even though it seems like it doesn't. Still beat some straight draws. Here, I don't think we want to raise. I could be wrong about this, but I think we're too deep to get it in here, even with a straight 3-way. If it was heads up, it would be different, but 3-way. Yeah, because this is the problem too with getting it in here, that like one of them is gonna have an overpair with the ace of clubs or the king of clubs, and then you know this is gonna happen. Wow, are we good here? Oh my god. That is very fortunate. So I guess he just had pair of offsuit kings or something, queens. Yeah. That was pretty lucky. I don't think we want to ISO here just in case we get limp raised, which would really suck with this hand. If we had 40, sure, but since we only have 27 behind, and also this could happen where we ISO and we get shoved on by the blinds, whereas now we can we call pitching the junk. Guy, we're not even closing the action. This guy we shouldn't really be worried about. Registration is closed. Fuck, I think this is really close. I'm just gonna fold. Even though we have position and we're getting a decent price three-way. The thing is, if we're gonna brick most of the times, but when we brick, we're not gonna lose much, and when we hit, we're usually gonna hit pretty good. And even on a jack high board, we could be somewhat cautious. Like we wouldn't go crazy, necessarily go bust. Like we're sure we have to call ones, but we can improve on the turn, or we can induce bluffs when we have the best hand. And still think it's worth it, but I don't know. We're a little bit too shallow, I think, with less than 2x pot behind to try to hit gin there and potentially triple up. But it does really suck folding jacks unsuited, regardless. It's never fun. So this is our friend with ace 10 earlier. So yeah, as I mentioned, I usually go a little bit bigger when the big blind is really short, just to disincentivize him from calling too wide, which he should if I'm min racing. But just adding a little bit of extra juice on the race makes it a little bit tougher for him to play and knowing what to defend. Here we could contemplate 4-betting, but again, it's such a soft field. I think there's no real need to. We can just play our hands and play better than our opponents. Not good enough to 3-bet, not the type of combination we're looking for there versus under the gun. Alright, so registration's closed here too, and this is 500, so we're only 27 players from the money, so not too far off there. And there's only 39 players left in the tournament, so solid chance making final table. Of course, it's a lot harder than these big field ones, like the 109 that has 400 players left, but still doable. Done it plenty before. Would be nice to get some sort of final table action. That's why we play, right? Alright, can we get a multi-way pot here? Suited ace. Yeah. So in this spot, I'm just gonna go ahead and check my entire range. Which I think makes it somewhat easier to play, because we can get a lot of information here, but if we're betting, sure, we can get information too, but it's going to cost us a lot more. Here, once this guy checks, we already know we can already exclude a lot of hands from his range, and you know, we can decide what we want to do versus the button. And in case this guy bets, the button raises or calls, and then the small blind might raise or call, or the big blind. It's easy to get away. But in this case, I think the button's gonna stab at a high enough frequency for us to make a profitable call. And I think at this point, we actually want to go ahead and make a little block bet and just hope that he has a hand like hope that he had a hand like pocket eights with a diamond, ace 6 suited, ace 7 suited, ace 8 suited, maybe a jack, king jack with the king of diamonds. That can call this bet. But now, like, what the fuck? I mean, if it was bluffing, would he... Yeah, I don't know. I'm so confused by this. I'm gonna call, expect to lose. Oh. So, did have king jack. I need to stop making these exploitable folds. Like, it's clearly too much random stuff going on. Let's replay this hand. But yeah, that's another reason why we check the flop, right? So that can happen. And I'm not saying that to be result oriented by any means, but I mean you saw what happened. That it's definitely a possibility. Yeah, we're not gonna call the king 3 off. not dominating any kings, and on the other end we're dominated by a lot of kings, and any made it 5x, so not even close. Easy call here with king queen dominating. 4. Alright, that works. Okay, we're shipping up now. It's nice. Second. 21 players to the money. Oh, it's going fast. Yeah, so back to this hand. By checking here, we're allowing our opponents to bluff us, right? When we bet, we're not giving them any rope, any option to do so. So we're only either folding out hands that we're doing well against, or getting called by hands that we're not doing well against. So there's really not much merit to bet here, and especially being up against 3 different ranges on a monotone board, on a ace 5-4, it's not appealing at all to bet. But when this happens, I think we have a mandatory call for that reason, that we allow him to bluff here with the stuff that miss. I'm gonna open the queen 6 suited, and yeah, I should expect this guy to fold. Basically always. And then on the turn, if he bets again here, it's tough for us to continue. But he also only we're also only playing a pot size bet left. So him checking here doesn't make him capped by any means. He would only be capped if we were like really deep, and he elected to check the turn after betting the flop. That wouldn't really make sense in case he had a value hand. That more looks like something that's either looking to pot control or a bluff that just simply giving up. But yeah, when we're this short and only playing a pot size bet left on the river, he's not capped by any means. He can check back the nut flush here, or a worse flush, or 2 pair. I mean, 2 pair would probably want us to shove unless he has ace jack, just for protection. But yeah, he can definitely have a flush here, or maybe a set, which would now be a boat. The exact same spot, ace 10 off. This guy 3-bet us. Could 4-bet, but don't see the need. We're just gonna keep opening and fold to 4-bet, or fold to 3 bets. Just gonna call here. I would shove if we were later positions, but with this many players behind, I don't like shoving 9s here because we're just getting called when we're crushed, and there's not that much to gain by shoving. There's only 3 big blinds in the pot. And now, when this happens, I mean, we could back raise here actually. Like, what the fuck? What does this guy have? Like, I think I'm gonna do it. Okay. It's not good, but we can be up against ace king, ace queen. Although he's probably sizing bigger with his hands. Wow, king jack, Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, that works. It's good value on 8-8. Let's put it that way. Yeah, we're opening the jack 10. I'm gonna push the pace a little bit now with our big stack. So yeah, back to this hand for a second. So I block bet here, thinking that he should have a decent amount of jacks the way the hand played out, and yeah, weaker aces and stuff that are just pretty weak. I'm not really worried about. I'm gonna fold the jack. I'm not really worried about. I mean, if he has ace 10, sure, he's gonna have that a fair bunch, but that's about it really in terms of hands that beats us. You shouldn't have ace queen. Ace queen probably squeezing pre or betting, continuing betting the turn. You shouldn't have ace jack and two pairs betting as well. So I like my block bet here for that reason, because I don't see him value betting the river with worse either, but he's pretty much forced to call if he has a hand like a6 of spades or a7 suited, ace8 suited, and even some jacks like king jack could find a call here when I'm betting this small. I mean, he's getting a pretty solid price. Even though I don't have that many bluffs the way the hand played out. I could have some king x of diamonds. Yeah, king queen with the king of diamonds. Stuff like that to balance out my thin value bets. But yeah, then he does this, which doesn't really make any sense with anything. I mean, he wants to call here or go all in my opinion. Just because like this is supposed to be thin value, right? But like, what thin value is he targeting in my range? That doesn't want to go all in. Just doesn't make sense. But yeah, I always get a bad feeling when I see this. I mean, if I had ace queen here, it'd be much easier of a call, but I just feel like this is like ace. This is like ace jack a lot. He shouldn't have any fours, so I'm not worried about that. But I guess yeah, ace 10's chop, so yeah, I think we just gotta call this. Gonna go ahead and raise this suited ace. Let me get 3.5. Could check raise here for value or continue. I think I'm gonna do that. Don't love it, but 2x pot, cutoff versus big blind. We have top pair. You'll have some bet folds there that are kind of struggle to continue versus the check raise that could potentially pick up equity on the turn if we let him see a turn. So I would have called this if it was folded to me, but not now. We could potentially check raise here too, but I would like it more with ace 9 because we're getting a lot more value from worse nines. Jack 9 doesn't really get much value from anything other than 10-9 suited, maybe 8-9 suited if he has that, but yeah, there's not many worse nines, and we're a lot deeper here as well, so it's kind of awkward if we check raise and we get 3 bet or just to continue on a lot of turns, because a lot of turns is going to be bad for us, and there's a flush draw and we don't have a heart. But yeah, there's a lot of check raising for value, for thin value these days. So it's something we want to consider always when we have top pair. But it depends on a lot. It depends on our kicker, depends on ranges, obviously, positions, who opens, stack sizes, stage of the tournament, and some other minor stuff like our image at the table, their image, or how does our opponent play, like versus some guys who really want to induce pretty wide versus other guys who really don't want to, because they're only going to give you action when they have you dominated. So versus those guys you want to proceed with caution, and versus the crazy guys you want to check raise pretty light. When light for value, not check raise as a bluff as often. So it's all about adjusting to your opponents, really. And that's why it's so important to pay attention to how everyone's playing, especially today when we're not using a HUD. Kind of in the blind. But it's okay. We're only playing 3 tables, so it's fun. Wow, chip leader now. That is nice. You can even see the big blinds in the lobby, which is pretty cool. I don't think any other site, some other sites have that option, but a lot of them don't. We got a break coming up here, 1 minute. Gonna have to adjust my desk. I've been standing for almost 6 hours now. Legs are getting a bit tired. Can feel my posture is getting worse and worse. Sort of leaning over the desk, which is not good. Sorry, I was on mute there for a second. Hmm.
Would have called an all-in for sure, but I was not calling two.
Okay, so registration's closed everywhere now. But I believe there's still 3 more flights. 1 more flight tonight for the main event. And then 2 tomorrow, and then day 2's tomorrow as well. Would be nice to make day 2 on this bullet. Not have to play any more flights. Flopping a gut shot here. Without a backdoor flush draw. We could check call or bet. You can see merits to both. I would tend to check call my stronger gut shots and then bet this one. And probably continue to barrel when we improve to an open ender, even though it's not great without a spade. But it worked. Could fold out some king highs, some. I guess there's not many better queen highs that would fold that aren't king queen. But yeah, folding out some king highs is nice. Potentially some bottom pairs that don't have a spade in them. So you just gotta be careful with frequencies blind versus blind when it's so easy to be over bluffing because so often you're just gonna break and you're gonna be tempted to bluff. But that's why it's important to pick the right combinations to do so, because otherwise you just end up bluffing way too much and your opponent's just gonna have an easy time calling you down every time knowing that you're bluffing so much once they start picking up on it. It's gonna work till it doesn't. So here we have an all-in. Bust out. 12 players to the money now. Wow. This is going fast. We're looking to open king 7 here. This guy folds. Again, not thinking about it, just being wary of my timing tells. Nice board. I'm gonna go ahead and check, which I would do with majority of my range. Sorry, my webcam is messed up. And versus the, I assume this guy is a ship leader. Yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and check call. I mean, we have an open-ended straight flush draw here as well, and then second nut flush, but still pretty bad turn for us. It's gonna kill a lot of our action, and we're not losing to a naked ace of spade, which isn't great. Oh boy. Now it's getting interesting. So we hit our straight flush. Question is, what the fuck does he have? If he has the ace of spade here, he's shoving, right? But I also think he's I also don't think he's checking the turn very often when we still have 3x pot to play. But I think he could potentially call here with a worse spade. I don't know. It's tricky to know what the correct sizing is there because it's such a unique spot. Like the board changed so much during that hand, and yeah, there's only so often you're gonna hit a straight flush that's that disguised. So we watch the hand. Maybe I should have block bet there rather, or just bet pot. Maybe I got a bit greedy. I just wasn't sure if the ace... I mean, the ace of spades should shove anyway. Checks back turn. I'm gonna call it with queen high. I don't want to ice his hand pretty because it's just folding out the worst queens and getting calls by queens that has me dominated. So I think checking behind and using it as sort of as a bluff catcher is a more effective play. On the double barrel here, where we don't improve in any way and we don't have a diamond, I think we just gotta give up even versus this tiny size, which looks like it's trying to target some thin value. So that's protection, blocking us from betting big. Probably had like a 3 or a 4x, which might mean that we should have continued, but whatever. Sometimes it's gonna have a king and we're just drawing dead. Folding, I don't know what I was thinking about there. I'm still intrigued by this hand. What the correct size is here. I'm pretty sure I went too big. Yeah, I don't like it. He's effectively calling the button though, which makes his range significantly wider than if he was the cutoff.
and he still had the button to worry about. So he could have some queen jack offsuit combos for sure. Also knowing that he's the big stack covering me as a third biggest stack, which forces me to play a little bit more passive, especially out of position. So yeah, if you had a hand like queen jack with the queen or jack of spade, it would make sense that he bet the flop, can fold out a lot of my ace kings, ace queens, ace jack, without a spade in them, of course, which there is a bunch. And it also makes sense for him to check the turn. Because at this point they're just bluff catchers. They're not really getting value from much other than pocket tens with a spade in them, pocket sevens with a spade in them. So he checks. But like, what do I have when I check call the turn, or I check call the flop here and then bet this big on the river? Like, I don't have any immediate bluffs. I should have a spade in my hand. And if I have a spade in my hand, I don't really want to bet this big unless I have the seven of spades, which I have. So I'm kind of giving away my hand with this sizing I choose. So if he's reading this situation correctly, he should fold the jack or queen of spade here. He doesn't have the king of spade because I do, so which makes me like my sizing even worse. But the question is, if I bet small, does he raise here with the ace of spade? That's what I want to know. But I also don't think that he's checking back to turn with the ace of spade very often. So, sum things up, I think I should have bet small, make sure I get called by queen jack with one spade. Or potentially bluff raise. It's very hard for him to bluff raise here when I'm betting this big. Because he has to worry about the seven of spades, but also the queen jack of spades. Oh, snap check raise. I mean, this is queen jack. Oh yeah, two pairs. Damn. Alright. Looks like I'm playing the next one. We'll see. Alright, let's focus on these two. So I'm going to rearrange the tables a little bit to make it easier. So we'll get the big 109 to the right and the 500 on the left. I hate shifting places with tables, especially tables I just busted and then putting something else there, because I always think that I'm still in that tournament and I play it as if it's that tournament. But
There's only 2 tables. I'm going to check back here. It's not really a hand. I feel like our hand is too strong to bet fold. I mean, we would have to bet fold, but I wouldn't like it with this type of combination. We can improve quite easily on the turn. You know, any 7, any 8, any ace or 10. And if the turn is complete brick, we could potentially considering calling, especially a small bet, but I don't know, in this type of turn, even though we're blocking some open-enders and the nut flush draw, I don't really think we can continue, especially you bet kind of big. It's a fun run out. Fun flop. Oh, I think we got moved. So, there's only 18 left now. 6 players to the money. Sebastian saying, nice hand, sad he didn't have the ace of spade. Yeah, I'm sad too. But again, I don't think he has the ace of spade that often. I think I choose a pretty poor sizing there. I mean, he could have the ace of spade. He could just be balancing his check back range on the turn and hope that I make some sort of bluff with like offsuit kings or queens on the river, maybe. Because when he bets the turn there, like his range looks so strong, right? Because my hand looks like I have a spade fairly often, so when he double barrels there, and especially those multi-way on the flop, it's gonna look incredibly strong. I could check raise the river as well, but I think I should block. I think I should just bet 30%, something along those lines. King 9 suited, we're gonna ISO here. Gonna make it 3.5 again. And if we get limp raise, we can continue. If we get limp shove, it really sucks, but more often than not, we're either gonna get limp folds or limp calls, usually limp calls. And in that case, King 9 suited is a pretty sweet combo to have in position.
It's also going to allow us to win the pot more often when we brick, because we have the incentive in the pot, and we have an uncapped range, meaning that we have, like, for this instance, like, we have ace king in our range, we have ace queen, we have pocket aces, like hands that the small blind rather simply can't have, because you limp call preflop. Like, you wouldn't limp call with those type of holdings. I'm gonna bet again here, pretty small, just to fold out his backdoor club draws. So like he's king jack of clubs, king 10 of clubs, and I still have a gutter. And I'm blocking 8-9, which is kind of nice. But on the 4 flush run out, I mean, once he calls the flop in the turn, I think he has a diamond. That's really annoying. But anyway, I think he has a diamond or an ace too often to consider triple barreling there. Was a big bet on a dirty board. Yeah, certainly was. Got dirtier and dirtier. I liked it more on the flop when we flopped the flush. It's nice in disguise, and then we got sort of not counterfeited, but our flush got a lot weaker on the turn. Suddenly we lose to naked ace of spade, and it's gonna be tough for us to get paid anyway when there's a 4 flush on the board. But it's always interesting when these sort of runouts happen where there's a straight or a flush on the board. I don't know, I think there's a lot of psychology behind how different player types approach these spots. So we should be down to 2 tables now in the 500. Maybe I'll pull up the other table just so we can get some more action and maybe pick up some nice reads before the final table. So I'm gonna put that here. It's a little bit smaller. Wow, would have made a full house. Two X pot shove. It's usually a pretty polarizing range, meaning that he should either have a full house or a bluff when he picks that sizing. Let's rewatch that. check flop. He slightly overbets the turn on the 3. I mean, he should certainly have more 3s than the open racer. The open racer shouldn't have any 3s other than ace-3 suited. But obviously we can see that we have a 3 and we have a jack, so like what does he have? There's only one more 3 in the deck. He shouldn't do this with queen jack because queen jack's not counterfeited by better top pair or better over pairs on the turn. So it'd be like either a diamond draw, pretty strong diamond draw, like 10 9 of diamonds. But in a lot of cases, those aren't really interested in continuing to barrel the river just because they're blocking your opponent from having those hands. So when we have 10 9 of diamonds here, for example, our opponent can have 10 9 of diamonds himself, or king 10 of diamonds, king 9 of diamonds, ace 10 of diamonds, ace 9 of diamonds. There's a lot of hands that he can't have that would snap fold if we shoved here. So therefore it's usually better if you have a complete unblocking hand like pocket 5s here, for example. You realize 5's probably not good here. Like our opponent probably has a jack or a queen, a weak queen that trying to pocket control, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 10s, maybe ace high, but like if we check here, you know, those could consider bluffing as well. So yeah, I would prefer doing it with that sort of holding. It's going all right. So 5 players to the money, 21 players to the money. I love this feature. Just gotta hope it's updated. So what are we playing for here? 14,000 in the 500 and 22,000 in the 109. It's not bad. Big pot at the other table here. Wow, call. Okay, I can't rewatch hands from another table. I missed the action there, but I'm sure it was pretty standard. It's a good board for the big blind, 7-7-5. He'll have a lot more 7s in his range, and therefore he should have a pretty aggressive check raising strategy. Because of such, the in-position player should defend pretty wide. So it's tough to get away from king-queen there when you pair the turn and double pair the river. I always do this. I always check what I had. Not so much because I'm curious what I would have made, but I want to know what cards are dead, what cards can't my opponent have, and then try to guess what their range looks like. Here with Ace Jack again, we're gonna go all in for value. I think this guy busts now. Yeah, so fortune money. Nice, we got it through here. We're actually pretty close to the money here as well, so I don't know if this was a good jam. Anyway, it worked. If anything, it should give us a little bit more cred. I mean, it doesn't really matter because he's not folding ace queen. All in at the other table as well. I think this guy's gone as well. Oh. One big blind. I mean, obviously not calling here, but under normal circumstances, this is kind of close. He's the big blind, right? Yeah. So the small blind busted the previous hand, I believe. Yeah. So it was a dead small blind. Which, if anything, should make my open range a little bit tighter and also approaching the bubble. So yeah, I think it's pretty easy fold. But in other circumstances, I would probably call ace 9 suited there. Maybe even ace 8 suited. But ace 7, I don't think we're dominating enough small aces for it to be good. Could waste a little time here. Not much for stalling, but you gotta do what you gotta do. The hijacks should range c-bet here. Pretty effective turn barrel. The big blind's gonna be forced to fold all these sevens, these jacks, even a lot of aces that doesn't have a spade in them. It's gonna struggle to continue, especially where it's that size. So yeah, good bet. This guy's still surviving. I think it's hand for hand when there's two players from the hand. This guy's really short too. He's only 4 big blinds. In these big fields, bubble is usually pretty quick because there's so many tables, whereas in the smaller fields, when there's only 2 tables, it could take a while because everyone will have the other table up and be observing. I think the bubble is pretty big too. I think it's like 1500, 1260. Yeah, so like 2.5 times the buy-in, which is pretty big. That's good, right? Yeah, that was the 4 big blind stack. Okay, so 3, basically 2 away. Because this guy's gonna bust any second. We shouldn't get check raised here very often, so I think we can go ahead and c-bet, even though it would obviously suck if we do. Stack sizes are kind of weird too for him to check raise anything reasonable. And my range here should be strong enough to want to bet here, and we can also get a lot of value from hands that we have dominated, like King Jack, Jack 9, King 9 even, Ace Jack, tons of stuff. Now with the 5 pairs, he's gonna have more 5s than we do. Not a ton, but some. We really only have Ace 5 suited, and I think we definitely want to go ahead and start checking now. If he block bets here, I think I got a call. Yeah, that's good. He should have Ace Jack. I'm not thinking about betting, I'm just wasting some time because we're on the bubble. Oh, that's unfortunate. But nothing we can do. I think he should consider block betting there. I mean, it's the worst 10 he can have, but still. If he would have bet third pot there, I think I got a call with my ace king. That still beats a lot of the missed draws, like the jack 9, the jack 8 with a backdoor, the king 9. And then he can balance it out with his queens and his 10s. I think. Oh, actually the jack 9 jack 9 is a straight. I just realized now. So yeah, this guy's gone. Two to the money. And 5 away in the 109. I mean, that one is a tiny min cash in comparison, but still. What happened here? Ace 5 check shoved the flop. Now we're on the bubble. Wow, he's open rips the flop. And ace queen snaps him off. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, we don't want to defend here on the bubble. We're gonna be in a lot of trouble defending, reaching proper defending frequencies on a lot of boards. Yeah, like this type of scenario. That's what we don't want with the jack 4. Now we're hand for hand, so there's no point in wasting time anymore. I get what he's trying to do with the ace 5. I just don't think it's a good play. If he had my hand, if he had 5-4, then that's a different story. It has way more equity. Sure, it doesn't block as many hands, but doesn't block aces and yeah, I guess that's it. He doesn't have a spade in it either. Like if he had an ace of spade, it would be more defendable, I think. But in this scenario, he's gonna get called a bunch. But suited a6 of spade, over pairs. Yeah, and as we can see, even ace queen off. Which I don't know. I guess he had a nice read on that guy. Actually, I'm gonna slow it down a little bit here. 3 to money, so we're almost on the bubble, but it's not hand for hand yet. I think one more player needs to bust. So who's the short stack here? So it's 3 10 big blind stacks on the other table, and then 1 here. So in this type of scenario, like when I'm 15 and I have 4 guys that are I'm ahead of 4 guys, it'd be a pretty big disaster for me to bust before they do, unless I get any shorter, of course. But that's just sort of how these bubbles and ICM implications works. If you're the ultimate, like here, it would be very tempting to shove, but we just have too much to lose. If you're the short stack, you're way less to lose, right? Your cost of confrontation is much lower than if you're the middle stack. If you're the middle stack, you can really get bashed around by the bigger stacks because they can put a lot of pressure on you, knowing that you have to wait out the short stacks to bust. And if they never bust, then you can really bleed off a lot of chips during that process. And it can be quite annoying, but it's nice when you're the big stack and you get in that spot because you can chip up a lot. See, that's why we're not shoving the 3s. All right, so we're in the money. First cash on the night. Let's make that final table. So I guess we're gonna play six-handed on both tables now. Alright, so we're guaranteed 1200. Next pay jump is 9th, 1500. So you can see it's a massive pay jump between 13th and 12th. But from here on out, there's only 300 bucks, less than 300, 250 bucks difference between 9th and 12th. Which is nothing in comparison to 0 and 1200 or 1260. So that's something to pay attention to as well. What this means is that we don't have to adjust our ranges much at all at this point because pay jumps are so shallow, and at this point we just want to not go for the win, but I mean obviously we want to go for the win, but you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, nice. We're in the money here. So at least we cashed. Got our buy-in back. Or oh, he was short. Okay, nice. So we're still in. Yeah, what I was trying to say was that we don't need to take ICM implications as much into consideration anymore because the pay jumps are so shallow that we can just go ahead and play our hands pretty much for chip AV at this stage. Once we reach the final table, it's a different story because then you can see that pay jump starts to matter again. And it's actually quite flat. It's 14 for first, 9,500 for second, 6,600 for third, so 4,800 for fourth, 3,500. It's pretty flat, which means that once we reach the final table, we should make ICM adjustments and trying to ladder as much as possible. But one step at a time. Still 11 left. This guy only has 6 big blinds now. And this guy has 10. It'd be nice to get to the final table somewhat quickly. Whenever we're one of the short stacks, it's not very beneficial for us to play short-handed because we're going to pass through the blind so often, and it's hard for us to ship up. Whereas when we're at a full ring table, once we reach the final table, we're going to see a lot more hands because there's 9 players at the table, right? So we're not going to pass the blinds as often, which means that we'll see more hands for just one big blind each orbit. Alright, so now we're hand for hand again. The final table bubble. course, we want to play pretty tight here. We don't want to raise fold a bunch, and we don't want to jam that white either. Here, normally you want to attack this small blind call quite wide, but I don't know, ace three. From what I've seen too, like sometimes guys would call here like that. What we saw earlier, the guy overcalling, snap calling ace eight when I jammed the big blind with king queen. Luckily I got there, but still seeing stuff like that makes me worried shoving ace three off here. But what he should have is like a suited connector type of hand that can never call my shove anyway. He shouldn't have a strong hand because he would have raised. The cutoff's open. Now we're actually the shortest stack. Not much we can do there. Queen 3 is just going to be a shove for 11 blinds. Pick it up, nice. I get some action on the other table. 4-board flush again, always fun. Hopefully it's a cooler situation here. Nope. 13 blinds on the button with 6-5 suited. Yes, please. The upside of shoving a hand like this is that even when you get called, you're rarely dominated. You usually have 2 live outs. The downside is that we're not blocking any strong hands, so you know, there's pros and cons. But regardless, we want to shove a hand like that. Make a lot of better hands to fold. Alright, break again. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay. Folding here. Yeah, Jack 10 suited just wants to go ahead and shove. Fold out some dominating hands. Queen 10 off, king 10 off. Also some a6. Just we're happy to fold out. Pocket fours in the hijack with 18. I feel like it's a little bit much to just rip it in. In the cutoff, I could see it, but not in the hijack. And with the small blind being so short, we could just go ahead and raise call him. He'll have threes and twos sometimes, and some ace four suited, even ace four offsuit. But yeah, with 7 big blinds, we can't really raise call, or I mean raise fold versus him. Now we're pretty short here. That's okay. That was an all-in at the other table, but he's not getting called, so we're not getting called either. Unless the big blind calls us with king 10, king 9 suited. Anything else I think would be pretty optimistic. Like, that's not what we want to see. We want jack. Alright. 10 for 10. 10th is just the worst because you're getting teased at the final table, but you're not making the final table. It's deep run, but it's usually the shittiest payout, apart from bubbling. Oh well, and we're all in here too. We get a double here. Yeah. Alright, let's final table this one instead. I'm gonna close this. Obviously, I'm not gonna rail the tournament I just busted. And let's full screen this guy. Yeah, that's better. Now we can pay attention. No more excuses now. It's good practice for live poker too. I'm quite worried, to be honest, how I'm gonna cope playing one table at a time. People taking this long in every decision too. It's max time banking. I mean, this is insane. Alright, at least they're giving some action. What's this guy thinking of that? King 10. Small blind call again. Could squeeze this, fold out some better, but it's fine as a call as well. Keep the worst stuff in. Now is the question of whether we want to start bluffing with our hand or, well, now we now have the option to, which makes it easy. We're obviously not folding. I don't think there's much merit to racing. Still dominating some 10-9s. Who knows what this guy has? Yeah, terrible blockers for considering bluffing. We're blocking all the missed straight draws. Should be a fair amount of jacks in both of their ranges. So, yeah, we're just gonna give up. Some nice alligator letter here on the felt, or the rail, rather, of the table. Never noticed that before. You can see it now when you full screen. Yep, he has a jack. Ace jack is good, sir. Could have pocket sixes too. But he might raise sixes sometimes. And he might fold some jacks, so who knows. He could have pocket queens as well. That would play that way. God, these guys are slow. Wish there was something else to play. Mixing it up. This guy seems to be opening a lot. Should open up some nice reshoving opportunities for us. But obviously we need something better than 7-5 offsuit. But it's still good to pay attention to a guy start opening wide. Can make a lot of chips by reshoving fairly wide on them, knowing that you're not going to get called very often. There's Sebastian's asking how many players left in this one. There's 127 players left in this one. I'll pull up the lobby here. Sure, I can keep the lobby somewhere. Where can we keep it where everyone can see it? Here. There we get the payouts. Nice. But yeah, there was over 1,100 players in this one, and there's 126 left, so 10% of the field. And there was 22,000 for first, which would be nice. But first, let's make the final table. All right, all in opportunity here. Good luck us. Let's go. Oh. Uh-oh. We need an ace. Nope. All right. That was disappointing, but it is what it is. All right, guys. I guess that's it for tonight. But it's been fun. I really enjoyed it. So let's schedule another live stream soon. Got W Coupe coming up next week. Should be lots of action there.